Moral of the story. Education is severely lacking in this world. Hello. We just took a quiz on every country's. Yeah. What? I tried to do that quiz once that was like, name all of these European countries. Yeah, once we got outside of, like, France, Italy. Yeah, I had no idea. It's like, I know a bunch of names, but not where they are in relation, you know? It's like, I know Poland, Hungary, Ukraine, they're like on the border of Russia, because they used to be USSR. But if they weren't labeled, I would not be able to tell which is which. If education is lacking, explain my abnormal intellect. If your IQ is high, you were just born with it then. I know Macedonia, because Alexander the Great, but... Hi, Zam! Oh my goodness. Yeah. I used to know, like, all of the Canadian, like, capitals and stuff. But then they decided to split up the Northwest Territories. Because Nunavut didn't exist pre, like, 2000 something. And then I'm like, now everything's in shambles. Provinces? Yeah. The US has states, Canada has provinces. The territories are their own thing. They don't technically count as provinces, but they do fall under the purview of the Canadian government. It's 10 provinces, 2 territories, I believe. That might be the old one. I think when they split Nunavut, like Northwest Territories and made Nunavut, it became a province. Provinces and 3 territories. Ah. Oh, Nunavut counts as a territory. That's what was throwing me off. Gotcha. Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Labrador. Because Newfoundland and Labrador is the full proper name of a province. Nova Scotia, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, and Saskatchewan. And the territories are the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and the Yukon. So when I was learning in school, it would have been 10 provinces and 2 territories. And then they split the Northwest Territories and made a new territory. So that's how I got thrown off. Bless you. I said them so fast. Why did they split? That I can't remember. I was quite small when that happened. I think it was part of relations with the indigenous people, because Nunavut has a very high Inuit population. I think that's why they split it. Plus, the Northwest Territory was just frickin' massive. I mean, Nunavut is still frickin' massive, but... Established 1999. On April 1st. Now that would have been like... That would have felt like an April Fool's joke. Last time that happened, we had a civil war. Canada is silly massive in general. Oh yeah, it's so funny because I know in the US it's more common to like go to school in like a different state than where you grew up, because most of the states tend to be small, most people in Canada never leave the province they were born in because the province is stupid massive. So it's like I've lived all over Ontario, the province that I was born in. And like where I live now is like a 10 to 12 hour drive from where I was born. So in the US, that would be like multiple states over. There's no hostility like that. There are plenty of people who are still like black people should be enslaved. The KKK is still around. It might not be as nice of a north-south split of a civil war, but oh, there is plenty of stuff that could ignite the powder keg. That's right. So I was right. It is about the indigenous population. Why they split Nunavut off. It's like, it was separated officially from the Northwest Territories on April 1st, 1999 via the Nunavut Act and the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement Act, which provided the territory to the Inuit for self-government. Are still technically part of Canada, but that entire area is run by the indigenous population in that area. I think that is technically the one and only time that the Native Americans have been able to claim back territory. Good for them. Y'all still got? Yeah, we have people on reserves and stuff. Not well treated, unfortunately. There are some, indigenous reserves that have had the boil water notice for decades, which means the water is too polluted to be safe, but, you know, the Canadian town about 20 kilometers away has perfectly fine drinking water. Oh yeah, we had, I think they were in the States too, but we had the residential schools. The last one of those closed in like the 90s. We tend to think, you know, that happened like 100 years ago. Oh no, no, that was super recent. Yeah. Because, yeah, as part of training for the apothecary, because it falls under public service stuff. So as part of that, like, mandatory training I had was to do, there was like a course basically about A, discrimination, and B, the history of the indigenous folks and their treatment in Canada, and oh, that was eye-opening. Like I knew it was bad, but then you find the full extent and it's like, whoa. No bueno. They want to civilize them, yep. Prime Minister's here as well. Also said stuff like that. It was good times. I mean, unfortunately, that is how it goes for the native populations everywhere in the world. Like, I know most of y'all don't have, like, a lot of knowledge about Japan. So did you know the Japanese people aren't actually native? They call them Yamato people, but they are technically Han. Like, they came over from China. And and they forced the Ainu all the way north. Ainu are the indigenous population. You knew that, Ranger? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, some people know, some people don't. It became more common knowledge because of Golden Kamuy, the anime, where like one of the main characters is an Ainu girl. But I knew about that way back when because one of the main characters in Shaman King, Horo Horo, is Ainu. So yeah, like literally, like, you know, they're like a tourist attraction in Hokkaido. So what happened to their natives? They got either exterminated or forced all the way north to the island of Hokkaido, where they're still technically allowed to live, but they're like a tourist attraction. Like, you know, Japanese people go there and they're like, oh, wow, you speak such good Japanese. Like the way it would be really racist if we saw a Native American person and we're like, wow, you can speak English? That's crazy. Yeah, there's movies and stuff created by the Ainu people about what they go through. Great times. It never ends, it never ends. Because, yeah, almost every nation had an indigenous population of some kind, and they've all almost always been pushed out by some type of colonizer. Like, the white people be a huge one, but yeah, the Chinese, or I guess I should say like the Han/Yamato people are not exempt either. I don't know about Korea. I would not be surprised. Because I know in China there are like people from Mongol descent and people who are more Middle Eastern descent. And they similarly get like pushed to the outside of society. Good times. Like there's actually a voice actor, Shotaro Morikubo, who has acted in various Chinese gacha games. He went and attended an event for a manga someone wrote about the discrimination minority populations face in China. And all the Chinese gacha games just immediately fired him and replaced his voice within a week. Because, yeah, if you work, we all love Hoyoverse games, but if you work with them, you are never allowed to do anything that might upset the Chinese party. Like, you will just be blasted into space, basically. It's crazy because, one of the he's in Arc Knights as well. That's not even Hoyoverse. Oh yeah, I know. But Hoyoverse is the most popular. I was just about to give an example of another company. Because Arc Knights also had this person in it. And he did the voice lines for that character. Like, when the game first launched, basically. Like, 5+ years ago? And yeah, they just went back and replaced him. Damn. It's like, okay, like, he was about to debut as a new character in a Hoyoverse game, so it's like, okay. Replacing that makes sense. Going all the way back and undoing 5+ years of work in events and stuff, that is crazy. DD Facts brought to you in part by Podcast Master DD. I do have a lot of stuff floating around in my brain, but yeah, there's been other voice actors who have had similar situations happen, where like they unfortunately pissed off China in some way and they got removed. The starter streams truly are a podcast interactive. Yo! True. Cause God, so those of y'all who know VTubers and HoloLive, you may not know about Coco. Coco Kiryu was a bilingual Japanese VTuber. Like, so she did stuff in English as well. A lot of people say she's the reason Hololive English even like got a foothold, because a lot of English people started watching Coco. But yeah, Coco ended up abruptly graduating, and supposedly it was a whole multitude of reasons. But she also faced a ton of harassment, and Hololive actually closed down their Chinese branch. They used to have like a Chinese branch with like VTubers, because Coco was doing a stream where she was showing off her viewership, like, you know, the percent of people in different countries, and she acknowledged Taiwan. So, you know, that just put every netizen in China against her. And so they all started harassing her in her chat over weeks and months. Gave me slight Mabel vibes from Gravity Falls. Oh lord, for real? Oh yeah. Like, that's why Hololive ended up closing down the branch in China, just because it got so bad. They were like, okay, we can no longer do business in this country because, you know, it's so hostile now. But yes, Yu-Gi-Oh cards are censored or removed in China. Anything to do with mysticism tends to be censored, which is, like, you know, hilarious on the outside because of how we perceive Chinese martial arts as being like mysticism. Mysticism? So anything that's like magic. So, you know, like the Dark Magician and like that kind of stuff like that. And technically the undead and ghosts. Yeah, I don't know the super specifics of it. Like, it's a little hit or miss, but yeah, stuff with like ghosts and the supernatural and whatever. Like, that is also a thing that's not technically allowed. And then, of course, there's like censorship for nudity stuff and stuff. It's so fun. It was so funny that a Chinese company was creating Persona 5X because so many personas get censored in China because of the lewd implications. So there's Mara, M-A-R-A. If you want to look it up, fair warning, it looks like male genitalia. They put a hat on it to censor it. I am not even joking. They put one of those conical, like, rice patty hats. I don't know the proper name for them, so that's the only way I could describe it. So yeah, they just put a freaking hat on it. Yeah. I will not put it on screen, but yeah, I finally ran into, that is like my least favorite persona in any of the games. The very first time I saw Mara, I was like, oh dear God. Because I didn't know that existed. And I'm like, never again will I summon this. Sometimes you run into them as an enemy in the game, and I'm like, no! Yes, there was also an incubus that has like a strap on. Hi, Zexu. You've come in at an interesting time. I was talking about the personas that got censored in China. You're gonna go eat a sorry! Come back! Come back! Come back! Oh, stop! No! Oh no! The podcast rating is dropping! Today's stream is something else. Look, we were just following the flow of conversation. Because we went from indigenous populations to censorship in China, and that naturally brought up the Persona games because I thought it was hilarious that China's making their own Persona game when they've had to censor so many of the Personas and like all that stuff. I promise you're always lurking. Okay. Fair enough, I'm just teasing anyway. I've always been here, it's just pure fiction. Oh god. Yeah, I finally got the highest I got it for pure fiction this round for like the last one was 59,000. You need 60,000 to get the 3 stars, and I was like, okay, I think it's time to take a break. Because I was ready to like punch a wall, basically. You're lucky I'm the only streamer I tolerate this from. I'm the favorite. I hear 3 stars? Yes. Pure Fiction is one of the end game modes in Honkai Star Rail. Everyone has been complaining about this particular iteration, this patch, because it has been extremely difficult for a lot of people. Even like, I follow some people whose whole purpose of their channel is to clear the end game content using 4-star or free surface, and they were like, this took me 60 attempts. And I'm like, oh! Well, fuck. We're in for it now. Pure Fiction has just been atrocious this time because, Apocalyptic Shadow just refreshed, because that's another third game, end game mode, so there's like 3. There's like Memory of Chaos, Pure Fiction, then Apocalyptic Shadow. Like, I got, like, full stars, no problem, the day Apocalyptic Shadow released. Pure Fiction, I'm still out here fighting for my life, like, 3 weeks later. Yeah, I usually either get full stars in all of the end game, or I get close, and sometimes that's just because I'm like, I'm busy, I don't have time to try and perfect this right now, so I'll just take the L. But I'm like, man, this is annoying. Usually it's not so bad. Usually there's just like one stage where it was like, oh yeah, I could have done this better. And then I redo it once and I'm like, there we go, 3 stars. This time, no. The auto battle mode. It is nice. I play a mix of gacha games that are auto battle and also manual. And I mean, it's nice. It's nice to balance between the two. Too lazy to think and be all strats. It's funny because Finon, one of the new characters that just got released, apparently the AI is really bad at playing him on full auto. I'm like, they finally got us. Why do you need 4 monitors? It is a little weird to have more than 2. The only people I know who have more than 2 monitors are streamers. And that's because they usually have like a horizontal monitor just for chat. And like some other like, you know, resources that they need to run the stream. So it's like, I mean, it's not crazy unusual because there are some people who do use 3 monitors, but it's rare to have like more than 2 when you don't do any kind of content creation. 90% of gamers have 2 monitors. Yep. So yeah, it's not that like 2 is like decently normal. Even at the apothecary, there are co-workers who are like I want a second monitor so I can have, like, programs open more on, like, one so I don't have to switch between tabs. 4 is a little less unheard of unless you have, like, content creation or, like, your work requires it. You use your MacBook for emails and your iPad for... Bro is drowning in technology. Each technology does one singular thing. It's like we're back in the 90s when PCs could only handle having one program open at a time. And before we chat too much, hello. 30 minutes for the beginning podcast is usually a good amount. Anything more than that and we start turning into spooky, where it's like, should I just turn this into a just chatting stream? Such is life. It's funny though, just a basic yap. It's so funny, the friends I have who are streamers, but also big yappers. But I like to hear Podcast Master DD yap. Don't worry. There are plenty of streams I've done where it is straight up just talking, or I had like a game off to the side and I just go yap. I guess you could argue my job requires many monitors. Yeah, there you go. Just tell them, I'm like, look, I leave the research open on one monitor. Like, I leave the research books and stuff that I need to reference open on the other monitors to make it easier. Problem solved. Open. Yeah. Yeah, I remember how to... Like, I remember the old PCs, and yeah, God forbid, you could only use, like, one program at a time. It felt like, crazy to have, like, an internet browser open at the same time as, like, MSN or anything like that. It felt so advanced. It did! Oh yeah, gosh, talking about the yapping forever. It's so funny, the friends that I have that are streamers that are like yap masters. Sometimes I'm like, oh, so-and-so's gonna be playing this game, and then I go tune into their stream and it's been like an hour and they're still yapping. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, they're still chatting with their chat. I'll come back in a little bit. Because if people are like, I get stuck by the urge to try and participate in the conversation. So if they're in like just yapping mode, I'm like, and I'm working, I'm like, okay, I'll come back. I just wanted to gain background noise. And then sometimes I come back like 2 hours later, I'm like, surely they're done. No. I'm like, that's powerful. Just become a chatting streamer. Like, I could definitely yap for ages and ages, but I feel like even myself, I'm like, okay, I'm tired. I'm tired of listening to myself. Let's move on. So the bottom three are for me, and the top one is only used for a specific purpose. The specific purpose is watching DD streams. I get a whole monitor to myself. You guys spoil me so much, my god. My ego. My ego could never fail. And oh my god, AOL. I never had AOL, but I do remember AOL. Like, some friends had it. And then here we are in Ilkanjima, 1986. No internet. No internet in sight. It's always interesting to play these games that are set further in the past and then think about how old the characters would be in the modern day. Like, Battler would be... Z16 was born 1970? He'd be in his 50s at this point, almost 60s. What else would I use it for? Bottom 3 monitors and a TV in here. Hey, you could watch so much anime. I'm kidding. Oops. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. I keep pushing start like episode 2 instead of load. Silly. Why am I like this? Hold on. My brain just automatically goes, yeah, start chapter. Wait! Ah, yes. I use your second monitor for chat pop-out. Big podcast hostess deity on one screen. Beautiful. Yeah, I have 2 monitors. One is for the game when I'm streaming, and then the other monitor is like, you know, OBS and chat pop out and like all that other stuff. Alright, here we go. Shannon had talked to Beatrice-sama, and she was like, you know what, Beatrice? F you. I am not gonna turn down this proposal. You can do whatever the F you want. A third monitor for other stuff? Yeah! It's in the back of my brain, but it's like I would need to rearrange my desk to make sure I have enough space. I'm kind of already at like maximum capacity. And I'm like, God, how big of a desk do I need? I mean, some people get around it by using like their iPad or like tablet for like a chat pop out, but the stuff you can do on an iPad is more limited. Is the second monitor vertical setup? No, they're both horizontal. It's just like, you know, if I was to put a third monitor, like I'll need to like squeeze one monitor further off to one side kind of thing. Like, it can't be done. I just would have to rearrange it. Because it's like if I shift the other, like, so if I shift one monitor left, I could make room. But if I shift one monitor right, then I'm gonna have to move my lamp and like all that stuff. And you know, I have like other supplies off to the side because I have like, it's not a full L-shaped desk. It's like, there's just like a little bit of an extra lip. So on the other side beside me, I put like, you know, pens and like other stuff so I can like make notes during stream if I need to. It's a 60% desk, basically. Kind of like a keyboard, yeah. That's a good way to put it. Because, yeah, I could get some extra space if I put my PC tower on the floor. But since I have 2 cats, that just seems like a good way to get the inside of the PC filled with fur. That's a big no-no, yep. Like, I already clean my PC every 3-ish months, and every time I'm like, oh my god, how did it get so messy? And it's... yeah, I would have to clean it every month in that case. And it's like, better to be safe than sorry, because I manage to clean it every 3 to 4 months consistently. I don't know, I know myself well enough that I'm like, I don't know if I could commit to every month. Just because I can be forgetful and, you know, there's all kinds of other stuff we need to do in our daily lives. But, like, you know, it's easy enough to go, it's like, okay, once a season, I do a big clean out of my place. Or, yeah, the first Sunday of every month, that's also something you can do. But, yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, I'm doing a big clean out of the apartment because it's spring, summer, fall, winter. Time to open up the PC. That's at least easy enough for me. Like, that's at least a habit I was able to form. I see. So, Shannon, have you ever met this person called Beatrice before? I don't know. That was a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory was hazy. Glasses God, I don't trust him. He's a nice enough guy, at least. But yeah, his mom is kind of nasty, so who knows? Maybe he's got a nasty streak in him, too. For us servants, Beatrice-sama is the second master of this mansion. He is hiding something? Yeah, I think everyone on this island is hiding something. Some people say we've spread that rumor because of the master's influence. But even when I just started working here, the story of Beatrice-sama was already being whispered of. I've heard about it before. If you don't show her respect, you'll get cursed, and at least one servant actually did meet with an accident, right? The master is waiting for you. Much to do, your labor is required. Pretty much. Yes, but it's true that some people believed more than others. I, believe respect for that sort of thing shouldn't be forgotten, so I have never doubted her that she exists. I vaguely believed that a, shadow being called the Golden Witch existed. And then the witch whose existence was so shadowy and obscure actually showed herself and entered openly through the entrance hall. Is that what happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. Liar, liar, pants on fire. A goofy story of Santa. You're not entirely wrong, considering the whole point with Beatrice is, like, she gave, the master a whole pile of gold and stuff. So it kind of does sound like Santa. When you brought her dinner, did you talk about anything? No, nothing. You know, it's not great to start an engagement lying to each other. The Master God Bod, yeah, his whole thing was, like, he made a bet with the Golden Witch to get a shit ton of gold to, like, become filthy rich. Like, you know, she gave him, like, the collateral, basically. I see. He's lying all the time? I mean, Shannon is definitely lying all the time, too. Yeah, we don't know the full extent of George's deal at this point. But we know his mother was basically grooming him to be, the heir apparent. Because he's the oldest male in the family. So, like, she's always looking for opportunities to use him to get ahead. Because, I mean, it's like, Ava, his mother, wasn't allowed to even dream of being the head of the family. And so her older brother eventually did have a child. Like, they had trouble conceiving. And their child is a girl. And, you know, the girl is now the heir apparent. But Ava's just like, we just need to, you know, get her out of the way. Does it strike me as a mom slide? He is, though. He actually, at least from what we've been told, he is. He works at his dad's company, but yeah. He's already going against his mother's wishes because she hates the idea of him not marrying rich, and he's already like, well, it's my life, I'll do what I want. It's like, well, this is gonna go great. Still, a witch that eats food somehow doesn't sound so realistic. Maybe, after all, it's just someone who knows about the witch legend on this island. Someone who's taking on Beatrice's name. They talk about witches in this game like they are an entirely separate species, like they are some mystical entity. In my brain, I was always like, witches are just a subset of humans, but yeah. Witches are the new dark elves, apparently. I think you've probably come to respect Beatrice and think of her as something like a guardian god of the mansion. So when a person appeared actually going by that name, maybe you were a little disturbed. That's right. I guess that must be the case. George was slightly at a loss at what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even the young servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person. Thinking that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Shannon and George? George is his real name. Shannon is not her real name. Basically, Grandpa Kinzo of the family got obsessed with the West because of Beatrice the Witch, so he named his children Klaus, Rudolph, Ava, and Rosa. Like, using kanji for their names, but having them read out so they sound like Western names. And so that tradition passed down to the grandchildren. So now we have Jessica, George, Battler, and Maria. And then when the servants come to this island, most of them take on a new name, and those also follow like more Western naming conventions. So we have Shannon, Canon, like Leon, Marion, like stuff like that. Basically, they're Kira Kira names, where it's like, oh yeah, we use kanji to spell stuff phonetically. But to like make up some crazy name that sounds like puns on names, pretty close. So it's like Kira Kira names are an actual thing in Japan. Usually, like, a lot of famous people do it. It'd be the equivalent of, like, you know, in Hollywood, we get people naming their kid Apple, or like, you know, Elon Musk and naming his child like a string of numerals and stuff. It's basically the equivalent of that. It's like, you know, weird, eccentric things that rich people do. I remember in the news years and years ago, a model got in the news because she named her son Ace, like after the Ace from One Piece. Most common example of Kira Kira names that's like recent is Oshinoko, because Aquamarine and Ruby are Kira Kira names. Surely just like Maria and Jessica. Maria and George in this game are kind of unusual because Joji and Maria are technically normal Japanese names. But yeah, Jessica, definitely not. Battler? Definitely not. Battler has a younger sister named Ange, which is like French for angel. Jessica is very ew. Yeah, like there's a few Japanese names that sound like common-ish Japanese names that sound westernized, like Arisu, Marina, Maria, Rita, like Rina, like stuff like that. But yeah, Jessica, no. You've been so sure that was the case. But George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Maria, very Spanish. Well, yeah. Marie. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. No one is named Angela? Well, there's Ange, Battler's younger sister, which is like, that's close to Angela, but... That meant the demise of everything. Even if she accepted the ring from George, they would never be married now. No, in the first place. Did furniture like her even have the right to be married? Yeah, all the servants here talk about themselves. It's like, oh yeah, we're furniture. We're just tools that are able, like, here to serve the master. And they talk about it as though they are, like, familiars that were summoned by magic. And, like, their race is furniture. But it's one of those mysteries in the game where it's like, is this just, brainwash indoctrination? And they're just humans who have degraded themselves and call themselves furniture? Or are they actually, like, not human and they're just, magical constructs? It could go either way. They haven't explained. Even if people to dislike furniture, oh no, the people themselves call themselves furniture. Like every servant except for Goda and Sayo, who came from off the island, call themselves furniture. That is some heavy brainwashing, yeah. Like Shannon and Kanon were raised in an orphanage where most of the kids there end up becoming servants for the Ushinomiya family. So, like, that's where their brainwashing comes from. Even if the witch hadn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later? Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on those fun days spent with George, while purposefully closing her eyes to the sad reality? Basically, she used Beatrice's magic to guarantee her relationship with George. So now she's like, this was all doomed from the start. Because according to Beatrice, by using her magic, she took George away from, like, his best match, basically. Like, he hadn't met the girl that would have given him the best life yet. But because Shannon intervened, that's never gonna happen now, kind of thing. You would assume magic cannot work on love feelings? Ah! Perception is a powerful thing. What's wrong? You haven't really looked well for a while now. Because, I mean, there are so many people who are like, they quote-unquote fall in love the very second someone is really nice to them because they've never been treated well most of their life. And so they see it as romantic, whereas the other person just saw it as, like, common decency. So I can see how magic could be used to, like, subtly influence someone to, like, think they're in love. George-san. What does it mean to be engaged? Huh? Uh, er, it means making a promise to marry. But I think in that sense, it means the same thing as marriage. To be honest, I want to take you home as my wife right away. But right now, I'm in the middle of training, and I still have a long way from having the capacity to create my own castle. He was at least smart about this, because he knew his family wasn't going to approve of this engagement. So he's been steadily building up his own like reserve of money. Because I'm like, yeah, if they move to get you disowned, you better have your own money. Yeah, it's just unfortunate nowadays that people can be so cold to others that any kind of kindness gets misconstrued. You can prepare in case mom acts. Smart move. Yep. I'm like, you know what? At least you were really smart about this. He's like, you know what? I'm committed to marrying you, but we're not in a situation where we can do this safely just yet. I assume she also has some savings because, from as far as I know, they do get paid. Like they get room and board on this island and meals and stuff, but I assume they get even like a paltry salary on top of that. But I mean, at least for them, this is the 80s. If they move to like some tiny village in Japan, even with all of mom's resources, it would still be decently difficult to find them. As opposed to nowadays where there's like, cameras and shit everywhere. Like there were CCTVs in the 80s, but not to this the extent it is now. Was easier to like, disappear in the 80s. That's why I want to take you home with me, with my head held high, only after I've become a full adult. I'm not talking about the distant future. I just want you to wait a short 3 years. But that doesn't mean I want to lie about my feelings for another 3 years. So I decide to give you an engagement ring. That might be a shameful reason as a man. Maybe it's shameful to get engaged because I want you to wait, since I can't support my work and a wife at the same time yet. But I will definitely. Thank you very much. I understand that to you, George-san, an engagement ring means something different from one of the many presents you'd give to a lover. Of course it's different. An engagement ring isn't a simple accessory. It's an oath between lovers, a noble promise left in the form of a ring. So, if we were to get married right away, it'd be completely meaningless, right? Then it wouldn't be an engagement ring. I'd give it to you as a wedding ring. Either way, I'd still be giving you a ring. So it's a sold sign that says this woman is mine. Nobody touch her. Oh, that's not what I mean, I guess you can see it that way. That is like the very cynical, practical way to look at it, but it's not entirely wrong either. George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he had also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So even if he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon. No, that may be true. Sayal, I'll make you my wife. I won't give you to anyone else. I'll make you mine alone, so no one will lay a hand on you. That's what this ring is, without a doubt. Thank you very much, George-san. I'm truly happy. Then, George-san, If it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said that to him, an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring had a significance far more sacred than a promise to marry. So, I'll stop calling this an engagement ring. From now on, this isn't an engagement. It's a wedding ring. Is that really okay? Is it okay to, just proclaim we're married without even God's blessing? Yeah, it's enough to tell God, Father, and Mother about it afterwards. We'll tell them all that we've been married. No one will be able to undo it. I mean, yeah, if you file the paperwork at, like, City Hall, not much they can do. George-san. I'm not saying this because of a momentary emotion. I'm not just looking at how you are now. I'm looking at the you of tomorrow, of the next day. I'm even gazing at you as you'll be in old age in the future as I say this. You're always talking about that, George. About how you want to enjoy your old age slowly, surrounded by healthy children and grandchildren. Yeah, at that time an older you will be beside me. That's what I expect. No, what I foresee. Yeah, because that day will surely come. Will it surely come? Yes, surely. Definitely. And this ring proves it without words. Too bad someone's gonna kill y'all. Please show me. Huh? Here it is! Oh my god. George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool. But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes. No, on something she could see beyond his eyes. Please show me that future. Yeah, I'll show you. Surely. I promise it. And not just until old age. After we die, too. Even when we've become spirits, we'll always, always be together. Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he'd practiced over and over again inside his head. I want you to put this ring on whatever finger you like, and have that be your answer. So by tomorrow morning... Shannon smiled, took the ring, and with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. Really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement, and for a while, George was stunned. This is my answer, George-san. Shannon! No, Sayo! Even when we become spirits, we'll always, always be together, George-san. There was no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two who were married proclaimed it. Two souls were joined here today. And then it all went to shit. Nason, you're a fool. Is that so? Even though you're furniture. Even though you're furniture! I'm not furniture. Not anymore. Liar! Why are you fooling yourself? Even though you know you can never become human. Even though you know you cannot become human unless you go to the Golden Land. Knowing that, why did you abandon the promise that would let you go there? Alright, by accepting the ring, that promise with Beatrice-sama comes to nothing, doesn't it? I'm sorry. From now on, I, you, George-sama, the master, and everyone else are under the same conditions. 13 people will be sacrificed. Only 5 people will be invited to the Golden Land. And you rejected one of those places yourself. Does it sound like a good place? Yeah, it's, so after you go through the ritual, it's supposed to be a place where, like, your wishes will be granted and stuff. They don't have ice cream and cookies. There's no ice cream and cookies there! It's just a fancy name for the afterlife. That's odd. It looks like you're the one with regrets, Kanon-kun. You're the one with regrets, aren't you, Nason? You got engaged, right? Even though you knew it was a fate that would never be fulfilled. She acts very military. I mean, she suppresses most of her emotions and stuff. Because she has no self-confidence. Yes, I promised that we would always be together for eternity. So, you know what? In that instant, our eternity was completed. Even if we become sacrifices, it's already completed. So it's okay. Kanon, you're the one who actually has regrets. We're furniture, right? We'll be free no matter what the result, so it does not matter whether we go to the Golden Land or not. And yet, you're set on going there. You want to become a human, no matter what, right? Why? Because I want to become human. I've had enough of being furniture. Or maybe just don't sacrifice yourself. We don't really get a choice. They really don't get a choice in the matter because the witch is gonna be the one killing them. So it's not a sacrifice you choose yourself. It's you being murdered. I wanted to fall in love too. Tears were coming from Kanon's eyes. And he howled. I liked Milady. And after seeing Milady that day, I started liking her even more. And when I heard that Milady also liked me, I was really happy. But I'm furniture, and I can't accept Milady's feelings. You're wrong. We may be furniture. We may be less than human. But that doesn't mean that we aren't qualified to love. I thought that if these feelings weren't ever come to anything, it'd be better off not having them. I just decided that eventually I'd disappear, and that it definitely hurt her. No, that's wrong. I was just frightened. I was just afraid, thinking that any love that couldn't be eternal was best avoided. Even though their lives last only a few weeks, cicadas fall in love and then vanish. But you'll never find a cicada that refused to fall in love simply because it ended in a few weeks. Oh, poor guy. It seemed that Kanon was still muttering his regrets, but by now, it was all jumbled up with his sobs. That witch is detestable. Why did she plant these feelings in me? If only she hadn't pulled that bizarre prank, I wouldn't have paid Milady any notice. Beatrice-sama is detestable. To make you cry bitter tears, she played games with your fate. But I don't think things went as the witch expected. After all, knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It is the destination we're supposed to reach in our journey through life. True, without bonds of some kind, who's to say someone ever really lived? Well, now, Kanon, that promise you worked so hard for has now come to nothing. Ah, very well then. With this, the conditions for all of the pieces are the same. There are 18 pieces. 13 will be offered as sacrifices. Who will the 5 survivors be? Or else, will someone destroy this ceremony? Who? How? This isn't a chess problem. It's a game on equal footing. I won't be cornering you one-sidedly. You'll be able to frantically escape my advances and force a tie, an invalid match. That is one hella good evil laugh. Thank you! I'm quite proud of my Ojo-sama, voice and stuff. At any rate, I doubt you can manage more than repeating that over and over. And it probably wouldn't be that difficult for you. However, this invalid match will continue forever, until it eventually wears down your mind and kills it. That is when you'll accept defeat and surrender to me. There's a reason I said it was a game on equal footing. That's because rules for my loss have also been established. There's nothing as boring as a game you can't lose, right? As for how to defeat me, it's a very nice voice. Ah, thank you. That's nice to hear. I was very self-conscious of my voice when I was younger. I slowly got used to it over time and learned to appreciate it. But yeah, even when I first started streaming, I was like, I can't listen to my voice. That would be the epitaph that stands as an offering to my portrait. It's both the way to open the door to the Golden Land and the key to destroying my ceremony. I'll try to complete the ceremony in accordance with the epitaph. You'll try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, destroy the ceremony, and overthrow me. Most people don't like how their voices sound. Yes, it is very normal to have mixed feelings about your voice. Solve the hidden riddle in the epitaph and expose the location of the vast sum of gold I gave Kinzo. What result will this game show us? I'm expecting a good fight, okay? Entertain me, Yoshiro, me about... I have no objections. Natsuhi and I acknowledge it. I can't believe it. I don't want to, but this is the truth, isn't it? Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She's this family's most honored guest. I also acknowledge it. Can't argue back. The Indiana Jones, yeah. They've got like a ritual written on like a golden plaque in the front foyer. Yes, I acknowledge it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe you actually. You have my honest respect. Me too. Incredible. I generally respect you. So, I have to acknowledge it. I acknowledge it too. I still can't believe it. Still, what can I do? You've proven devils. That face says she doesn't respect anyone. I mean, she beats her child. She definitely does not respect anyone. The Devil's Fruit was once a convenient excuse you used to deal with unprovable facts, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? Don't torture me, mighty witch. I've already acknowledged you. Frickin' Naka from Slayer evil laugh. I've already acknowledged you. I resign. Kirie, do you still have objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not acknowledge my existence. As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kirie lightly closed her eyes, and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth. My apologies. I resign. Only Kirie had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. The truth, the being that was before her eyes. Could it be denied? Devils had already been proven. I also acknowledge it. You are Beatrice, the Ushiromiya family alchemist, and a user of great magic. I must acknowledge the fact that you are a witch. The truth is, George took the last slice of the pie! No! What have you done, George? Meanwhile, the kids are like just hanging out in the guest house, having cake. Meanwhile, back in the spooky rain scene, right? Oh my god, the camera, like, as the game was, like, panning around and all this stuff, I heard, like, through my headphones, I heard, like, a weird, like, click/thud somewhere in the apartment, and I'm like, great, we're haunted. The door knock bits redeem. Oh god. That is a good one. That would be a good one, honestly. Oh, we gotta pan over everyone. Because, you know, anyone could die. The first night has 6 sacrifices. Or the skitter sounds. Oh my god. 6? Yeah. The first night has 6 sacrifice. The second, Twilight, it's a pair of lovers. And then afterwards, there's supposed to be, there are not even 6 characters. There's 18. There's 18 characters. And then with Beatrice, it's 19. A total of 13 people get sacrificed. 6 the first night, 2 the second, and then it's like, technically I think it's 1 each after, but you're supposed to kill them in a very specific way. Like, stabbing them in the knee, stabbing them in the stomach, like that stuff. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Here we go! Who died? Who didn't make it? We're about to find out. Last time it was all of the parents except for Natsuki. It was all of the adults, like all of the parents, and then also Shannon and Goda the cook. What is that sound that always fills my ears? It is the sound of the rain, the sound of a waterfall, or could it be radio static? If not, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through my body. I want it to be the sound of the blood circulating throughout me, telling me that I'm still alive. The sound of the pressure cooker? Is it morning? The light entering through a crack in the curtain was faint, but it at least told him that dawn had broken. Kinzo, still in the position he'd been when he woke up, still sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel throughout his body. Judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he always woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it with an hourglass. He did think of this as something to boast about, but he told himself that as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad. Morning has come, which means, it would appear I've avoided becoming one of the first sacrifices. Was I merely lucky when the roulette was spun? Or is this the fruit of my efforts? How irritating that I cannot tell the difference. But I mustn't be bothered by such trivialities. Kinzo was struck by a faint desire to see beyond the study door. After all, he might find the traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door. A sign that someone had tried to select him as one of the first 6 sacrifices. Humans are cheap creatures. Even though everything is ultimately decided by God, when humans are given good fortune, they arrogantly feel it was due to their own ability. I don't know about that, but okay. That was why he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human, and that was why Kinzo did not check. He often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of sufficiency, as though he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. And that is the most human thing of all, that arrogance. He'd recognized human desires for what they were, and guarded against them. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of magic and some religion and stuff in this story. It makes it interesting, but yeah. Things that a human would want to do, he resisted. This eccentricity and rebellious nature had surely given him a rare genius, making it possible for him to succeed in his exploits as he revived the Ushinomiya family in a single generation. Well then, Beatrice, what were the 6 pieces you took? And what will your next move be? Entertain me. My defense is perfect. I will not shame myself like last time. What a nice guy. Alright, we shall continue, but I am out of water and I want to run to the bathroom, so I will be right back. I'll leave you guys with the sound of the rain. So give me a few moments and I shall return. Hello, I'm back. Gosh, I accidentally hip-checked the doorknob on the way in. I'm like, can I stop being covered in bruises? Good old ADHD, you just hip-check? Walked too close to the door, I guess. The door was only partially open. So, you know, I thought I could just slip through the crack. And then, boink. Plus, we have the doorknobs that are, not the round knobs. They're the handles. So it's a little easier to bump into them because they're bigger. Ah, yes, the spam bot. Get him, sniper! Pew, 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 pew. Alright, sniper! Alrighty, let me just get the mic back in its spot. That's such a good emote. Did you get snacks? I did not get snacks. Just because it's hard to snack and read and talk, but that's okay. I ate before stream. Servants woke early. They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various other tasks to welcome the guests to a new day. Goda was the most enthusiastic. Oh, hey, he lived this time. Well, well, well. That is before stream. That is brunch. There is always room for snacks. I mean, true. True. He seems happy. Hello, where are we? Hi, Amadis. This is the morning of the second day. We're just finding out who were the first 6 sacrifices. So far, we've seen that Kinzo is still alive, and, Goda is still alive. Goda was the most enthusiastic. During the family conference, he had been told to concentrate his efforts especially on cooking. And he'd been specifically exempted from several tasks that servants normally must do. Goda, who was a show-off, seemed to be feeling particularly superior because of that. Yeah, give an egomaniac a bone and, well... He let Genji and the rest prepare for the rest of the mansion, and worked on making breakfast in the kitchen. We never got to find out what he would have made for breakfast, last time. Because, you know, he got sacrificed. Genji split the work with Shannon and Kanon, and they carried out various tasks. Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Uh-oh. Last time there was evidence of like a murder in this room. Last year, the family conference had continued into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same. Considering the possibility that they were still having a discussion inside, she knocked. But there was no response, so she opened the door and said good morning. Good morning. Is anyone there? The room was cold, and the conference seemed to have ended some time ago. There was a tea set on the table from which they'd probably been drinking, arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean up. Aw, that's considerate of them. It's nice when people actually, they try and do. That is nice, yeah. I know, I've heard some stuff from servers and stuff that say, don't do that because often you make things worse for the waitstaff. But in this particular case, since it's just a tea set, I think that would be a nice thing. You're welcome back, Ranger. How are we? Good. I just got back from a little break myself, got some water, and now we're waiting to see who were the first 6 sacrifices in this crazy ritual. Cleaning up the set was a servant's job. If the family members were extra generous and cleaned it up themselves, the servants would lose face. So it was truly a pleasant act of kindness for the family to only do this much. As she approached the table to clean it, she noticed something like a memo that had been left near the utensils and cups. Uh-oh. Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servant doing the cleaning. Also, you just saw the picture of Mogu under the sheets? Yeah! Mogu and Pep both do that. I have literally made the entire bed over them before because they refused to move when I was making the bed. Literally, I put the top sheet on, I threw, the other sheet, I threw the comforter on, and they're still in there. And I'm like, guys, are you okay? And eventually they sneak out. They slip out underneath the top sheet. But I'm like, guys. I'm like, you know what? You feel safe. You feel comfy. Who am I to say anything? They like the bed, yeah. They also like sleeping under the bed. Welcome back, Art. You made burgers. Yummy. Yes, it's almost 2 p.m. here. I was about to say for breakfast, hey! People do different stuff for breakfast. She just inhaled 4 like Kirby. Oh my god, we need the Kirby inhale sound effect. The But yeah, technically what is breakfast food versus not breakfast food is just a lie set up by expectations in corporate America and all that stuff. I know in some, I've heard of people having curry for breakfast. Some places have much more robust. In the US/Canada, we tend to be have just a very basic breakfast, eggs, sausage, maybe some fruit or yogurt. some places they have like, you know, like there's soup, there's like meat or fish, there's like a salad, like curse baked breakfast! Curse baked breakfast! I have cereal any time of the day I want. And I just bought a whole new bag of sweet potatoes so I can have sweet potato for breakfast. Because, like, that's become, like, my habit because it's, like, nice and nutritious. So I'll have, like, half a sweet potato for, like, breakfast. Sometimes I'll also just have, like, I'll, like, roast, like, a regular, like, yellow or white potato for breakfast as well. Because, I'm not a big eater, so it's like, my meals are spread out over the course of the day, and it's like, basically I have, like, one food group at a time. So it's like, don't worry. When I say, like, you know, I have half a sweet potato for breakfast, I'm like, that's not the only thing I eat in the morning. But, like, you know, so, like, when I have to go to the apothecary, I'll have, like, cereal or something with carbs because I walk the 20-some minutes to the apothecary. And then once I'm there, I have the half of the sweet potato. Yeah, sweet potato chips are very good. Very, very good. The ones I bring to the apothecary, I keep them whole. I just roast them in the air fryer. And I just, like, you know, I slice it. Because then, you know, a half a sweet potato keeps and it transports very, very well. You're watching Double DD somehow? What? I am the ad now. DD is the ad screen. The ads broke. That's crazy. I didn't even need to pay Twitch to run ads. That's incredible. You're sending a screenshot for Discord? Okay. That's so funny, though. Written there was not a request, nor was it thanks for preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly and read it out loud. Chapel. Uh-oh. This ad is brought to you in part by our new podcast host, Dee. Join the fun, join the yap with true facts from yours truly, Dee. Yeah! Where do I sign? Good to know, good to know. I do actually think it's fun when VTubers actually do, like, a proper podcast format. Like, you know, it's a video podcast. Because they've still technically got the stream/video component to it. But I do really like that. I've been slowly putting the pieces together because I really, like, Fuamoko does their, like, you know, Fuamoko morning. Where, like, they do, like, a little, like, morning radio show kind of thing. I've been trying to figure out, like, what I could do like that because I really love that format. But it's like, I'm like, streaming in the morning, not for me, especially since, you know, I work a 9 to 5. So I've been trying to be like, like, what could I do? Nyanners? I think I know Nyanners. Oops, sorry. I bumped the mic. This is a podcast in my book. To be honest, the game in the background is like part of the green screen as we jump from topic to topic. So true. Oh, yeah, I know Neanners. You know when I grinds my DD cat whiskers? Big breakfast! What's the deal with that? Legit a podcast? Yeah, I've heard so many different podcasts. How am I not following Nanyers? Like I haven't watched her, but I know of her because I follow Iron Mouse and stuff. I'm like, how am I not following Nyans? There we go. Problem solved. I love her new outfit. The hat is so cute. Ah! And the hood. Oh, perfect. Originally, when I was getting like the design and stuff set up for my custom model, originally I wanted a darker shade of pink because I was like, it was like, you know, I would like the pastel, but I'm like, but then I'd look similar to Nanners, and I'm like, you know, but then like we looked at the color and we were like, okay, yeah, maybe we'll lighten it up a little bit. So it's not peach pastel, but it's lighter. Embrace your true pastel nature. Oh, I know. I was just trying to avoid, like, because inevitably, if your design is too close to a popular streamer, there's always some, like crazed fan that comes and harasses you, thinking you're trying to like copy their Oshi or whatever. That just sucks. Yeah. And I mean, sometimes, like, yeah, it's a little too on the nose, but it's like, because I remember a post going around where someone was like, so like a smaller streamer got roasted by a slightly bigger streamer because they were both pink cats, and like me and a bunch of other VTubers who are pink cats were like, there's literally hundreds of us. Why can't we all be friends? Why be enemies when we could all be friends and just, like, you know, hype each other up? Like, I think I went through that post. Like, I did end up getting any mutuals from it, but I went through most of the posts and I was like, hey, fellow pink cat here, you're doing great. Because, yeah, cat people and dog people, and I think probably third is, like, bunny people are, like, you know, some of, like, the biggest, like, races in VTubing. So it's like, yeah, there's not a lot of originality when there's literally thousands of us, so whatever. Dragon people as well, you're right. So it's like, whatever, just embrace it. You've never seen a dog VTuber besides the HoloLive ones? There is, I guess maybe Wolf is slightly more popular than just straight up dog. But yeah, there's Kodone. There is there's Furamoko. There's a VTuber in Nijisanji, Japan, who is just straight up, they're just a Shiba. Like, they are literally just a dog. Not like a dog girl or a dog boy, just straight up a dog. A small sound. A pooper snooper. Yep. Yep. I think the lore is like they reincarnated as a dog or something like that. Like they used to be human, but yeah. The hellhound thing that low-key throws you off. True. And becomes Snoopy. Beautiful. A small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally, that sound would have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I could stop hearing it soon. I could go back to sleep right away, she thought vaguely. Who is this? But no matter how much time passed, the sound did not end. It repeated over and over. Ah, shut up. Who is it? Banging on the door this whole time. As soon as she realized that, she woke up. Someone was knocking. Then she noticed it wasn't just a knock, but a voice as well. Oh, it's Rosa. So Rosa also lived through this one. Last time, she was one of the 6 that got sacrificed. Rosa-sama. Rosa-sama. Good morning. Wait, I'm coming now. It had been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it wasn't even 7 yet. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. I don't know about that. What if Kizzo was like, get them all awake? Guessing the 6 that got killed before now are alive? That would mean all the parents are alive. And then Shannon as well. We know Shannon's alive as well because she got sacrificed last time. So George is probably okay for now because Beatrice was talking about potentially sacrificing them for the second Twilight. Because the second set of sacrifices are supposed to be lovers. So if that's the case, if most of the adults are alive, that means the kids are dead. Which is yikes. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade thanks to this premonition of misfortune. Though Genji was a servant, Rosa had known him since her childhood days, so even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door a crack and answered. Good morning. I apologize for waking you this early. Did something happen? Yes, actually, at the chapel. Oh! All the adults had gathered there with Beatrice. Genji whispered into Rosa's ear. For a second, it seemed, Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. They better not be eating your leftover pizza. Not the pizza. Who's going after the pizza? God, I've been debating ordering pizza. It's like, I just did grocery shopping recently, but you know when it's like, man! Like, I don't feel like cooking. You read my mind? Welp. Time to order some pizza for Prince of Tennis stream. Or sorry, Prince of Tennis watch along later. Pizza sounds good? Pizza sounds good. Hang on. Now that we're talking about it, let me just... I don't think it closes early on Sundays, but there are some businesses in this town that close early on Sundays, so I'm like, just checking. Oh yeah, no. Closes at like midnight, 1 a.m. We're fine. Okay. Just had to check because definitely, the local pizzerias, some of them would close early or they're only open certain days. Can always order it and put the delivery time to later. That is true. I just wanted to be sure. Oh, don't worry. I will do it later. Don't worry. After having it repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Oh, right, that's right. I wanted to order pizza on Friday, but the buzzer box in the lobby of the apartment building was broken. Like, I had ordered groceries and they were like, yeah, we can't get in the building. You'll have to come down. So I think after that I was like, I don't want to order pizza and have to like deal with going all the way downstairs twice in one day. Especially after I skinned my knee really bad, like, because I tripped and fell while out for a walk. So it's like after that, I'm like, I really don't want to go downstairs. Very introvert of you. Don't call me out like this. You're so right, but don't call me out like this. Look, my social anxiety used to be so bad, I would never order in. Because I was, what is it? I had forgotten what the code for the buzzer was at my old building. And I didn't want to ask the landlords. Because my social anxiety was that bad. So, like, I just went years living in one place without ordering takeout ever. At some point, I think especially during COVID, I finally got over that. Because fortunately, I never got COVID, but I had to isolate at one point from exposure, so I had to order in everything for a week. So, when we going on vacation? Never! I mean, I'm taking a small vacation in August to go see a concert, but yeah. The chapel requires some explanation. It wasn't in the mansion, but in a grove behind it. A short walk's distance away. That's like a weekend thing, yeah. It so happens that the concert is not too far from where Mama and Papa and Melis live. So basically the plan is I'm gonna go see them for a couple days, and then I'm meeting up with my bestie Iduna and her partner on the day of the concert, because like we booked a hotel in like the city proper, because you know sometimes concerts go late, and if you party afterwards, then it's like, yeah, I really don't want to make like, you know, the long trek back to my parents' place, and then like, you know, we all go back to our city where we live together after that. What the concert is, it's Ado. ADO, you know. I think most people know Ado who are into J-pop. Yes, Ado. She started her North American tour, so very excited. We booked the tickets for that, like, was it a year ago? Feels like it. That's sick? Yeah! I mean, sometimes for these concerts, you're not allowed to take pictures. But any photos or, like, cool stories and stuff, I will share with you guys. For, like, 8 months in advance, yeah. God, that was an anxiety-inducing experience, because I had looked up some tips in advance, and they were like, use PayPal. Don't use your credit card, because if the website hangs, you might lose your seat. And sure enough, like, my credit card company blocked the purchase because, you know, I don't usually buy 3 tickets for a concert. And I was like, ah! So thankfully, all my PayPal stuff was already logged in. I just wanted to put it on the credit card because I was like, it was close to when I had to pay rent. And I'm like, I don't want to have to worry about like whether or not I have enough money or moving money around. So it worked out, but I was like, yeesh. 3 tickets is rare? Yeah. I'm glad they did because I was buying tickets for me, Iduna, and her partner. Because we were all going together, and I was like, okay, like, I'm working from home the day that the box office opens. So how about I just get the tickets for everyone if it lets me, and then you guys just pay me back? Because, you know, fighting with all these other people, using a PC versus trying to do it on a phone, I'm like, I stand a better chance at getting through. And they're like, you know what? Yeah, fair enough. Go for it. And yeah, I got in the queue, and I'm just sitting here because technically I was still on the clock, but because it was a work from home day, I'm like, I'm just ignoring the work laptop now, and I'm just like, you know, like locked in to my PC screen. I'm like, I'm waiting. Remote work is the best. Yeah, I have a hybrid work, so some days at home, some days at the apothecary. Clicking that refresh button, yeah. At least I got in the queue decently early. Like, not the earliest, but I was like, yeah, I was ready. And, like, sometimes that's when being an anxious person comes in handy. Because some people will be like, oh, yeah, I, like, signed in, like, you know, 5 minutes before. Like, no. I was parked there, like, 45 minutes before. Like, I am not leaving anything to chance. Especially when I have other people relying on me to get their tickets. Like 2 hours before. I might have been. If not, I was definitely thinking of it. Like, you know, trying to make sure I didn't forget. Sometimes that's when the social anxiety and stuff pulls through. When it's like, yeah, I'm here way early. So this works out. It had been built at the same time as the mansion, so though its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, it was a very old building. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest. Eventually, the chapel came into sight from beyond a thin grove. Just looking at it from the outside, it seemed a place of dazzling beauty, where a pair of young lovers might want to get married. However, Kinzo apparently viewed it as a very sacred place, so Rosa and her siblings had been given strict instructions not to approach it unnecessarily. Apparently, Kinzo is Christian. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason would still make them feel guilty. And also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them in the face. What a nice guy. The servants' silhouettes could be seen in front of the chapel's entrance. Goda, Shannon, and Kanon. Which meant that all of the servants on the morning shift had gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to understand what was going on. Ah, yes. The magic circle. On the door at the entrance of the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy, stringy paint that made one think of blood. Something like a creepy magic circle. What is this? When was it drawn here? The servants looked at each other. Goda was the first to open his mouth. My apologies. We don't usually enter this building, so we don't know when it was made. Then who was the first person to find it? It was me. When I went to the dining hall to clean up the tea set, I found a memo with chapel written on it. Shannon held out the memo with a shaking hand. Whose handwriting is it? It isn't Nissan's or Nason's. So after that, you came here and found this, right? Yes. Rosa-sama, look at this. What? Happy Halloween for... What? Kanon pointed at a single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she thought it was just another part of the magic circle. There, the following words were written in English. Happy Halloween for Maria. Happy Halloween for Maria. This creepy magic circle was for Maria. Happy Halloween. Yesterday, only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. Halloween, yep! And welcome in, Aki! The key phrase matched. It was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What about Maria? She should be sleeping with her cousins, right? Did you check? My apologies. We just now realized that Maria-sama's name was written here. We still have not checked. Quickly. What are you doing? I'll go check on Maria and come back. Tell Klaus Nissan and the rest too. After that, follow their instructions. After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that something was odd. Her own rank in the family conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. Why had she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this, when the other siblings hadn't been, even if Maria's name had popped up? Could it be... Huh? What? Yes, we tried to contact Kraus-sama, but we couldn't find him. And Madame was not in her room. Judging by the conditions of the sheet, she might not have returned to her bed at all last night. Rosa felt something creepy crawling slowly up her back. Did you check inside the chapel? No, not yet. We tried, but... Actually, the lock to the chapel is special, so the master key will not work. There is a single key that can open it, but that key is missing from the key box. She didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself and approached, then tried pushing and pulling the knob. All she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock. We searched to see if there was a window we could enter through, but I think we'd have to break one of the windows if we wanted to check inside. What do you think? There's no way I can give you approval to do something like that. This is Father's precious chapel. Yeah, but what if there are dead people inside, huh? Who cares about Daddy's precious chapel then? They are pretty stained glass? Probably not. There might be some stained glass windows, but probably not all of them. Then the dead people will remain in there, dang it. Well, alright then. Just gonna let them ferment in there. At that time, the events of the previous day swirled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right. When I met that witch in the rose garden, didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. You also have not read the envelope I think she gave you and said to read at dinner, so... If they don't stink up the place, I mean, rotting flesh always stinks. If she forgot to read it, yeah, there was like a big old commotion, so she totally forgot about it, apparently. When Maria tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet, and then she surely said, "The time to open that will come soon." Rosa was sure there could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was... After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin's room while hiding her footsteps, softly opening the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the healthy snores typical of young people. There were 4 children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. Young people don't tend to snore. I guess it depends. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria always liked carrying her treasures around with her. She was probably emulating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy occult items, notebooks describing things of that nature, and so on. Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all. However, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let it be. Here. This is it. A Western envelope with the crest of the gold eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a vague, heavy cylindrical object inside. She could tell by its feel and weight. There was no doubt this was a key. After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and the contents spilled out into her palm. Shouldn't you have at least gone back out into the hallway before you started making a ruckus? It was a key with an old and intricate design. Rosa gripped that key and dashed out. Battler seemed to have noticed that sound, but after grumbling and turning over in his sleep, he started snoring again. Ah, teenage boys. Genchi-san, could this key be the key to the chapel? Or did you? Yes, this is the key. Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again and put the key in the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After it resisted for a short while, it stopped resisting with a clunk. Then, squeaking with a noise that hurt one's ears, it slowly began to open. Apparently no one's oiled this lock in gosh knows how long. Konnichiwa! Welcome in, Min! You're just in time for the dead bodies. Is anyone there? Her voice reverberated throughout the massive room. Of course, there was no answer. The chapel had a high ceiling, and the air was cold. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. The servants timidly followed after Rosa. Rosa-sama? Look at that. Kana noticed it immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. In the place that would normally have a pastor preaching of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been there. At first, it looked like a dining table. There actually were gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. They were probably Halloween decorations. And there were people seated at the table. Ooh, that is messed up. How's your Sunday going? Is he 6 yet? Ha ha ha. No, he's not. He's still E0. Three people on each side facing each other, seated in chairs. They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus and his wife, Ava and her husband, and Rudolph and his wife. But if you wanted to be sure, you'd still have to go even closer and check. Because they seemed almost like dolls. Rosa and the others had opened the door, entering all at once, with the sound of many footsteps, and called out, asking if anyone was there. And yet, there had been no reaction. Even if Rosa and the rest assumed they were being ignored, you would expect there to be some kind of reaction. And there hadn't even been that. So at first, it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. By now, it wasn't just Rosa. Shannon and Kanon, and even Goda, they were all fighting frantically with the creepy emotion that grasped their hearts. Nisan? Nason? As she walked towards the altar, she called out again, but there was still no reaction. Yes, by now, Rosa was sure of it. She was sure these weren't dolls, but the people themselves. They grew close enough to see clearly what lay on the table. It still looked like an adorable banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled up with sweets, cute pitchers with drinks, all kinds of pumpkin-shaped ornaments. They were all decorated in a Halloween style. And while this probably was the time to be thinking it, Maria would surely have been delighted to see all this. This was the state of the table they sat in front of, apparently asleep. It was an eerie scene, as though a small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time. They're all sleeping? When she approached even closer, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, sodas, and chocolates, all with heavily fantasy-themed packaging. They were all scattered across the carpet, covered with blackberry and cranberry jam. Oh, I don't think that's jam. Yep, that's not jam. That is not jam. Rosa and the rest finally realized what the situation was. It was a Halloween party! A banquet for those not of this world! A quite literal Halloween party. Klaus, Natsuki, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kide were sitting in chairs, apparently asleep, but all dead! No, well. Rest in peace, Klaus, Ava. Rest in peace, 95% of the adults. Y'all are 2 for 2. That is 2 timelines where you die. Like, and die early at that. Rest in peace. How could you tell they were dead and not simply sleeping? I made the jam on the floor, mates. That was because they'd been vertically sliced open from their chest to their stomachs. Ooh. This is what happens when you don't tip the delivery driver. Blah. This is still slightly nicer than how it went the last time. The last time, half of their heads were crushed. Like, they left enough of the faces so you could identify, like, the messed up, twisted remains. But, yeah, they were all dismembered and mangled and, like, turned into paste except for, like, half their heads. This is slightly less gruesome. Kurama! Yee! How cruel. The 6 of them had sat down at a Halloween party, before having their stomachs split open, killing them. Then the jam covering the floor must be what overflowed from their stomachs once they stuffed themselves completely. Are you kidding? An actual jam? Like, literally, it's the contents of their stomach on the floor? That's disgusting. How's my day so far? Pretty good, pretty good. Better than these people's, that's for sure. No. The contents of their stomachs had been scattered all over the floor. Jesus Christ. That is morbid as hell. Out of their stomachs, it was almost as though they poured out. As though snacks had overflowed from there. Oh, that is messed up. Candies and cookies, soda and chocolates had poured out, stained with blood, and had scattered across the floor. God. So it's less like they got sliced and stuff poured out, and more like Beatrice used magic, and yeah, they became piñatas. That is so fucked. A true crime video? Oh, hell no. What could have happened to cause this? It's almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full to bursting with sweets, and it all poured out when their stomachs split open. Rosa remembered a certain shocking meal, a turkey that had been served at her own birthday. Damn! Whose idea was this to do this at a child's birthday party? That's kind of disturbing. When it had been cut open with a knife, out flowed one of her favorite foods. But since she hadn't been told what was inside, The deep, deep red ketchup omelet rice poured out like bloody maggots. Ugh! Yeah. Literally, whose idea was that? Who came up with that kind of, yeah. You don't do that kind of stuff with children. The trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt a monster raging inside her stomach as the acid started to rise. Unable to hold back, she threw it all up on the floor. Her empty stomach had nothing but stomach acid. Ow, that hurts. The scene in front of her was no fun Halloween party now. The three couples were enshrined right there, their stomachs vertically wrenched open with a... So many snacks had been stuffed in there, pulpy, squishy. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor. Blood-stained, sticky, sloppy, pulpy, sweet snacks that made your fingers stick together, gummy. But stained with entrails, sloppy, pulpy! What was it that I stepped on just now? That didn't feel like a candy or a cookie or a soda or a chocolate! I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at the bottom of my foot! Yeah, what a gruesome Halloween party. Happy Halloween, Maria! From far away, it had looked truly beautiful, fantastical, fun. But from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, and yet somehow still beautiful. Okay. Rosa's wild thoughts tried as best they could to escape her throat with a loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar. Krausama. This is horrible. Just horrible. Call an ambulance. Call the police. That's right, the police. Police. If a word so tied to reality had it come out of Goda's mouth, Rosa and the rest would probably have found themselves unable to escape that nightmarish party. Even now, someone bring the first aid kit! Are they pretty slow on the uptake and taking action? I mean, to give them some credit, what's the word I'm looking for? They were probably in shock, and when you go into shock, literally you stop thinking, so... Wait, last time? What happened last time? Last time, it was still adults. It was most of the adults, but, the bodies had basically been crushed and like dismembered into pulp. Like basically they were unrecognizable apart from the clothes they wore, and the murderer had purposely left half of their heads intact so you could see their face. So yeah, it was still pretty gruesome last time, but it was slightly less gruesome until they started talking about the stomach contents pouring out onto the floor and stuff, so you know. I'd assume some of them have first aid training? They have a doctor. What do they need first aid training for? Dr. Nanjo, is the family doctor, but yeah. It sounds like they don't live on the island most of the time because there are way more servants employed here. But they weren't scheduled for the family conference, so I assume Most of the staff live on one of the islands nearby. Otherwise, even with like all of this stuff going on, we would have seen the other servants, even if they weren't on the schedule. But it wasn't because they thought the police might be able to do something. If they did keep yelling about the police, it felt as though another scene might be set up at the demons' party and given to them. Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside, rumbling, churning. And it was surely because candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up on the floor. And then she searched to see if there was any candy in it. Oh dear. Anyway, go. Rosa coughed violently again, forcefully spitting out the stomach and acid that had been burning in her throat. She realized that by now, her whole body had been covered in a filthy sweat. Geji-san, Shanan-chan, please contact father for instructions. Goto-san, go with Kanon-kun and call the police. Then have Dr. Nanjo come here. Why even bring Dr. Nanjo here? It's a bit too late for medical care. The servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, with whom she'd spent good times and bad, and their partners. There could be nothing more tragic than this scene. For some reason, she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful. I think you are just as messed up as your daughter is, ma'am. They aren't here. Where'd they go? The servant room and the kitchen are both empty. What in the world happened? Oh, Mama! Where's Mama? My letter! The letter I got from Beetle! Give it back! Oh, God. Perplexing. Butlercon, are you sure it was Aunt Rosa? Well, even I was half asleep, so I'm not too sure. But I get the feeling that in the early morning, Aunt Rosa came and fished around in Maria's handbag. I figured there was probably a tube of toothpaste or something in there. Why would there be a tube of toothpaste in Maria's handbag? Looks like you were a little more than half asleep. Battler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin room. And also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, she started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured that Rosa had probably come and opened the envelope. A letter from the Golden Witch. I wonder what was inside. I don't know. But that envelope was for grandfather's personal use, and it had the Ushinomiya family crest on it. Whatever was inside, it must have had some connection to the family conference. She hadn't let anyone touch it. But yesterday, Maria had shown that envelope off to Battler and the rest a whole lot, so they remembered it well. Oh, girl. Well, if you're right, it'd have to be pretty important. Why would this mighty witch give something that important to Maria? I don't get it. Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural, since the moment they'd woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. It felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk. Hey! Anyone there? Answer me! Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It came from the entrance hall. I can hear you. Has something happened? It's Dr. Nanjo. Thank goodness. Looks like everyone but us hasn't disappeared from this island after all. Dr. Nanjo, good morning. Sorry, do you know where our parents went? Dear me, I only just woke up and came here, you see? I have no way of knowing for sure, but, let's see. It was only natural. Nanjo was a guest like the rest of them. He'd come just now to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast. Maria, Mama took it. Mama took my letter. I can't feel bad for Maria considering how messed up this child is. She's so nasty to everyone. Maria buried her face in Nanjo's stomach, sobbing and crying. Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning. Ah, someone's running this way. Jessica! Someone's coming! From down the hall, they could see people running hurriedly. They saw Goda and Kanan coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion, and yet Battler and the rest even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable they wanted to ask someone, anyone, where Rosa was. The two servants seemed to have bigger things on their mind than Jessica, who was waving at them. Goda flew into the servant room, and when Kanan noticed that Nanjo was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering into his ear. What did you say? Rosa-san did? Yes, I will guide you, so please accompany me. Understood. This way. Without saying anything more than that, Kanan finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her. But he wasn't calm. He dashed back down the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that, yes, something bad really had happened. They saw Goda through the door to the servant room, which had been flung open. He was holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized that he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred. Let's have a look. No! Oh my god. They didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Kanan and Nanjo. And then we realized Kanan had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. So we shouldn't have gone with them. I wonder if Alice regretted her excess curiosity as she chased after that rabbit holding a clock. No, you mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Jessica-chan! No! Yep, here we go. Mother! Father! What happened? What the hell is this? This goes way beyond bad taste. Is it taking someone's life bad enough? What the hell is this? Going to all the trouble after they died of sitting them on chairs, slicing their stomachs, and pulling their entrails out? You went to all the trouble of stuffing their stomachs full of sweets? Why would you do something so fucked up? Nice job, you bastard. Just great, just great. It would be best if everyone went outside. They certainly wouldn't want you all to see them like this. Nanjo told the children to go outside, but no one listened. Rosa-san, please tell them. If they keep looking at something like this, it will do nothing but harm. Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up instead of standing around stunned. So the children had come here. They had seen it. Surely at this very moment, They were having a sight burned into their eyes. It was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. While she hugged Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene, Rosa cried for them and their parents. The four groaning and crying voices, their sadness, continued to echo in a place that should have known God's love. Well, time to break the fourth wall, you piece of crap! Again? Another one of these murders? And this time you made it all elaborate, killing them like it's a total joke? I was rather hoping you'd thank me, not cry out in grief. Thank you? Did you say I should thank you, you old bitch? Damn it, if there's something wrong with your ears, I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. Why should I have to see that insane way of killing and say, "Oh, thank you very much, Beatrice Summer. I'll beat your brains out." In the last game, you lamented the fact that you couldn't see your parents' faces after they died, yes? So this time I left them. Didn't touch them. Take a good look, for without a doubt, your father and the rest have been killed. Really, what a nice treat. I'm so fucking happy. I swore I'd blow your face after I choked the life out of you, but I'll take that back now. I'll rip out your guts instead. Don't give in to your emotion. Don't stop thinking. My game has already begun, right? I decided to leave you neat and tidy corpses this time. Do you know why? When you denied my existence in the last game, you used this line of thinking. Their faces were crushed, so the identity of the corpses can't be confirmed. Therefore, we cannot eliminate the possibility that fake corpses were prepared to create an alibi. Unless that possibility is denied, a human culprit could still be built. What'd you say? So, Battler, is it okay to leave the examination of the corpses to Nanja? Isn't it traditional in mystery novels for the doctor who performs such examinations to be an accomplice? Then don't leave the examinations to him. Do it yourself. Make completely sure that without a doubt the 6 corpses are the 6 people they're supposed to be. That they really, really are dead and not just pretending. If you wish to confirm that your father and mother have been killed by having their stomachs cut open and their entrails pulled out, you'd better stick your hand inside their stomachs and feel around. This is pretty intense and madness, yeah. I love these parts. You can install like a mod to add voice acting, but I love acting this stuff out. It's so fun. I won't cry. Damn it, I won't cry. Battler silently yelled. His tears were still dripping down, but as he scolded himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands. Even so, tears still wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes. Whoever's responsible for this piece of work, I'll make them pay back their debt completely. So this isn't the time to cry. Gotta think about what to do. The voiceover I'm doing is perfect. Yay, thank you. Ah, it's useless. It's all useless. You've got enough time to cry to think. This is no time to let yourself cry. I wanted to go to the performing arts school in my city, but my parents wouldn't allow it. And the one high school they let me go to didn't even have a drama class or like a performing arts club. I did like a class. Like I did an acting class, but I didn't do like community theater or anything. So it's nice to like, finally get to perform, so to speak. I got some decent compliments when I did like the child acting classes, because they're like, you are the only person in this group that knows how to project their voice across the theater. Like, everyone else tried their best. I was the only one whose lines were audible from the back, apparently. Especially the evil laughs. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who'd been crushed by the sadness. That's right. Even if we cry, it won't change the reality of what happened. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Then what should we do? What should I do for Mom and Dad's sakes? Rosa-sama, I have returned. Goto-san, what happened with the police? What did they say to do? Did they say when they think they'll be able to get here? As to that, it seems the phones have broken down. I also tried the emergency wireless radio, but maybe it's the weather. That isn't working either. What did you say? So we can't contact the police? It's that person. They did something to the phone line. Made it so we can't reach the cops. When she heard that the phones were broken down, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of that mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red after so much crying, and they began to grow even redder with rage. There's no need to talk about it, right? I understand everything. That's right, I get it. Who killed Dad and Mom? It's obviously her. It's gotta be that witch or whatever who came yesterday. I'll grab her by the collar. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jessica-chan! Wait! Goto-san, Kanan-kun, go! Yes, ma'am. Milady, wait! Covering her uncontrollable sadness and anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mystery guest who'd arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest, no more, no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Goda and Kanon picked up on this immediately and chased after her. No communications, yup! They call this the chalet in a snowstorm. Like, it started out with Agatha Christie, but the author of another, Ayato Shuji? I forget his last name, but he also popularized that type of mystery in Japan when he wrote a book called The Blue House Murder. It was so funny to start reading his books because, you know, in the anime community, he's just known as the guy who wrote the book where, like, you know, a girl falls down the stairs and is stabbed by an umbrella. But apparently in Japan, like, he's, like, pretty famous and was, like, considered, like, a father of the mystery genre. So I was like, damn. 3 of his novels are out in English now. I really enjoyed the first 2. I haven't picked up the second one yet. There might be more of his in English, but those are the 3 I knew of. Usually I'm really good at predicting these mystery stories. I did not see anything when I was reading his books. Like, I literally gasped when, like, I finally understood at the big reveal, like, all the clues. I understand how Jessica feels. I wish I could think that too. It doesn't matter who, I want someone to be the culprit so I can bash them right in the face. But before that, we need a clear understanding of what's going on. Yeah, no, the Blue House murders was really interesting because it's two stories happening at the same time. And one story is on this island where the murders are taking place, and no one in on that island is using their real name. Like, they have like nicknames that they got from like this detective mystery club that they're at in university. And then, you know, in the second story, everyone's using their actual names, but at no point did I consider that, you know, maybe someone in the second story could be involved in the first story, because, you know, names aren't mentioned, right? And when that finally clicks, I was like, oh! The big gasp, yeah. Like, it was such a twist. I literally sat there and I'm like, what? And then, like, you know, my brain finally caught up with what I was reading, and I was like, oh my god. But before that, we need a clear understanding of what's going on. Who is this Beatrice? I haven't even seen her face. Oh god, Rosa! Maria! If you're looking for her face, it decorates the big portrait in the mansion. You still don't remember after looking at it for so long? Come on, Maria. What's so funny in a situation like this? She is, you know. She's not really, like, sane? Mature? Because, yeah, she is absolutely bananas. That is the smile of being insane and nuts. Oh, yeah. Everyone tried to, like, be chill and justify it. Like, oh, you know, she's at that age where she's trying to, diversify herself and establish her identity. And she's not actually crazy. No, she's crazy. Beatrice is a witch, and the ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land has finally begun. Those 6 people are sacrifices. Come, let us begin the witches' banquet. Tonight is Halloween, so now the witches will gather to celebrate it as not Halloween. It's frickin' October 5th, what are you talking about? Maria, didn't I always tell you not to laugh at that creepy voice? Oof. The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high-ceilinged chapel. Not great to hit your child. Please don't hit your child. But considering Maria is laughing at 6 people being split open like piñatas, I think this one time I can definitely understand losing your temper. ever since it started raining yesterday. No, ever since the island was swallowed up by the typhoon, I felt as though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny when I arrived on Real Kinjima, but since I got in up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. When I woke up, it had already started raining. And ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch Beatrice arrived. And it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the heck happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to believe this island was sealed off inside a different world where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem? Just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of Gold, just like Maria says? Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say that this visitor person is the most suspicious. But we mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. Ah, it's useless, it's useless, it's all useless! I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they overheated. Overloaded? Close enough. Even though it might have been a wasted effort. This is one of Grandfather's envelopes. On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George Aniki found a Western envelope that had the Ushinomiya family crest done on it in gold leaf. And it was unopened. Which means it's probably meant for us, right? If there was something Dad and the others read, it should be open. Seems your reasoning is correct. It's written right here. Seems your reasoning is correct. It's written right here. Someone wrote to those who remain. Is that a letter that the culprit left? Aniki, let's open it! After nodding silently, George Aniki broke the seal. A folded letter came out. I'll read it. Welcome to Rokenjima, members of the Uchinomiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself. The letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she'd lent grandfather, along with interest. And that interest was everything that grandfather had created. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being read aloud, it clearly wasn't referring to the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had created. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the interest. You bastard! Yeah, that's valid. What a screwed up contract. Lives as interest for gold, you say? That's almost like a contract with the devil, isn't it? You think that makes you look more like a witch? Huh, don't make me laugh. Special clause. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. In other words, it's something like this. If these murders represent her collecting interest, then she's telling us to try and find the gold she gave grandfather if we want her to stop. But she's also saying that the secret pointing to the gold is hidden in the portrait epitaph. So basically, this is a letter of challenge from the witch. She's telling us to try and solve the code that points to the hidden gold if we can. And if we can, she'll keep collecting the interest as planned. I'll beat you to death, bring it on! Battler-kun, look. The table was covered with sweets. So even though these things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on, you see them a lot, right? You know, those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots. This is no box of candy. It's a real thing. This is a real gold bar. It's inscribed with the crest of the one-winged eagle. I heard Mother talking about this earlier. This is a gold bar from Grandfather's Legend of the Golds. Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilograms, a whole 3 of them, were piled up in the very center of the table. It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. Oops. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference. These are really 4 nines quality ingots. It's worth about 60 million yen. Dumbass! That's too cheap! Our parents have been killed and all you got is this pile of just 60 million yen in gold? Don't take us for fools, damn it! So it has begun, Beatrice. It's not like anyone can solve this riddle anyway, so Vito will definitely win. Quickly, open the door to the Golden Land and take me with you. Well, what a fucked up child. Milady, please calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is. And Beatrice Summer is an important and honored guest of the Masters. So what? If we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If I could just look her in the eye, I'll know. See through her? A witch? Beatrice? Yeah, right. I'll expose her. Jessica never stopped moving. Kanon and Golda chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop. But Jessica never let them in ear. Someone just grab her arm. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinza wouldn't let them in here. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room, after their second shapeless master. Jessica knew about it too, as she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than a murderer who brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her sputter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. As Jessica yelled with all her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely wasn't a knock. The sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened. Open up, Beatrice! Come out! You hear me, right? Open up! There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke. The master key will unlock this, right? Use it! Milady, that would be horribly rude. Although Golda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Kanon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket. Kanon-san! Are you sure? Yes, I'm fully aware it would be rude if she happens to be in there. At any rate, if Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation. That's right, exactly! Let me borrow that! Jessica snatched the master key from Kanon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound, and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open. Beatrice! Where are you? Come out! Jessica rudely stepped into the room, the witch wasn't anywhere to be seen. That bitch! She's not here! Where the hell'd she go? Yeah, she doesn't seem to be here. Jessica thinks she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains, under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used. And though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people, like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in here. But she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait. So they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Kanon alone had met her. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Kanon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, so they didn't notice. 18 hours later, no Saber and needs sleep? Go sleep! She's gonna be here for like at least a month. No rush. Near a water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen, which she had probably used to write it. Kanon had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they've been overcome by rage and barged in here, only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. So in other words, that's what this must be. Milady, there's something written here. Something written? What? Jessica dashed over and violently snatched the piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent. She just couldn't control her strength right now. What the? Don't fuck with me? As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled up the paper, and threw it. Whoa! Girl's got anger problems. Everyone in this family's got anger problems. Then she grabbed a light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room. Milady, please calm down. You'll hurt yourself. Let's go. Damn it! Damn it! Come out, Beatrice! How could you do that to Mom and Dad? You think you scare me? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll beat you to death, so show yourself! Told you to let me go! This was written on the piece of paper. Did you think I'd be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? You're way too inelegant for this intellectual night. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Alright, I saw them. They look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. Damn. That is... Whew. It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she'd predicted that one of the children who'd lost their parents would come running in here. If she's hiding somewhere in this room, she must be rolling around laughing now. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. Hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself. I told you to let go. Damn it! Damn it! Goda snatched away the light stand Jessica had been holding. After all, if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. But Kanon's eyes saw it differently. They were probably tears of sadness, hidden by rage. So, when the light stand was taken from Jessica, when she started crying at the floor, scratching at the carpet, almost as though she was groveling, Goda was surprised, but Kanon was not. Of course, she had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage. Considering that she was the daughter of the Yoshinomiya head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard. Because if she did it, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Don't you call them morons! Well, Dad and Mom were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Don't you call them morons! Take it back! Take it back! Right, I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll slice open her stomach and see how she likes it. Oh no, that's my attack! As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran over to her and rubbed her back, but that only provoked Jessica's wrath. The hell? You got the time to do that? Search for that bastard. Find him and bring him here. If you won't go, I will. And I'll kill him with my own hands. Yeah, not like that, you will. Milady, your medicine, quickly! I will call Dr. Nanjo. Goda-san, would you leave this to me? Kanon had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Kanon, the one who had noticed, had to be the one to support her. Kanon-san, are you sure? I believe Milady needs some time to cry right now, considering that she saw her parents killed like that. You're right. Goda also understood, and he knew that Jessica and Kanon had shared a vague relationship with each other, so he understood everything and left it to Kanon. Very well. I will go back to Rosa-sama. Please take care of milady. Yes, leave it to me. Kanon's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life, so he knew that vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possessed self-control. He had surely seen that in Kanon's eyes. So he would leave this to Kanon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Kanon and relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Kanon followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her. But until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance, where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you can bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Kanon now stood, as he watched over Jessica from behind. And finally, she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible even to stand up again. But right then, Jessica did think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, Jessica would have wanted to tear it off right then. She knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower even to call for help. But Kanon heard it. He definitely heard it. Kanon definitely heard that voiceless call for help, one shared by miserable grievers the world around, an endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Kanon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it, unlocked the door to her room, and entered. This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad that it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach. Her face was pale and her gaze wavered, and yet the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. After having her sit on her bed, Kanon took a bronchodilator from a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to happen, Kanon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. Then he remembered the day when he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Kanon's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now, and he locked it up inside the depths of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure. But she'd lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. Are you all right, milady? I'm all right. I'm all messed up over Mom and Dad, but after I cry a bit more, I'll be all right. Kanan regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say, "Are you all right?" to her? Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture. This was why he couldn't become human. It's not like that! I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately. Kanan understood that she needed some time alone to cry. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room. Do you need something? Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Kanan had stopped. If she asks it, I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd even become a cane or a chair if it would help ease the pain in her heart. If by doing that, I could make up for the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Kanan's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I want to be alone for a while? I won't let you be alone. Huh? I won't let you be alone. So, I will be in the corridor. Please call for me at any time. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes. But it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river. Thanks. Let me cry alone. For just a bit. Yes. Excuse me. Kanan bowed once again and closed the door. He thought those words of his would give her some courage. But now, it felt as though they'd actually hurt her for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness, even now. No, you're just autistic. It's fine. You grew up in an orphanage where, like, you were meant to suppress your, like, sense of self. That is the other explanation. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Bro, why are you leaving, though? You said you wouldn't leave her alone, but you're not staying by her door. He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him. In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside, a dark, gray world. And I mean, there are a lot of people who struggle with doing the right thing in certain situations. It's hard to know what people want. Not everyone's good at reading body language and emotion. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. Until I can understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person. You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you? At times like this, you ought to silently remain by her side. That's why you're furniture. You. There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air, but those scoffing words approached Kanon from behind. When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica. There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. Let me teach you them. 1 is to hurt them with a blade. Another is to hurt them in their heart. The last way is the most difficult and most effective method of hurting them. And yet, it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what I mean? How could I know? I don't even want to know. It's to betray their expectations. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves. A distant man like you hurts women the most. You couldn't understand. You have no idea how deeply you've wounded Jessica. After all, you're furniture. I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense. Did you appear only to sneer at me? Don't be so full of yourself, furniture. You aren't worth sneering at. Still, though you may not be worth my time on your own, if the 2 of you are gathered, that's all I need. The pleasure that comes from laughing at the face of young couples never tires me. What did you say? I need you who are close for the sacrifices of the second twilight. The 2 of you are truly convenient. Wait! Don't misunderstand. Milady and I don't have that kind of relationship. We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight. That's why you hurt Jessica. That's why you cannot become human. Then there should be no problem. If you won't admit you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that. But I will kill her. Why? You idiot! Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrificed on my whims. However, there's no rule that says I can't kill more. If it amuses me, I can kill any number of people. So I will. Make me laugh as hard as I can. Count on the furniture! At that time, Kanon definitely heard Jessica scream. Oh no. When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who's supposedly been there so nonchalantly as just a second ago was gone. At that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor doing nothing. And the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex, without a trace of hesitation or distraction. There was a person he wanted to protect. She was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world, where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away. Milady! Kanan-kun, help! Kanan rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. No! No thank you! What the fuck? Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. But when Kanan ran towards it, the butterfly stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair. Kanon-kun, it's okay. While there's still life in me, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Come out, Beatrice! Are you happy now? As he stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Kanon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Then, she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Kanon's demand. It was obvious, because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation, and plus, it was more fun. Now everything fits to the plot. Now you're a carp on the chopping board. No, since we've got a pair of you, should I call it duck with the green onions? You, Beatrice! Please stand back. I'll protect you, milady. When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable that the witch will appear. Yes, why don't you show me how much power Kinzo's furniture can muster? She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up. They began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. It was just like the swirling of a cold, wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. From that mound of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared, as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground. What is this? What the hell is this? Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It was the bite of wisdom seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. That thing crawling up was probably an attendant who served the witch. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for the one who served. But its face was wrong and looked strange. It was covered with pitch black hair, breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, it had 2 horns. It was the figure of a ghost-faced attendant who served the witch. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense. She couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. But there were some things even she could understand. This goat attendant served the witch. It was after her life. And apparently, the witch had already given it the order. She was looking at Kanon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Though the attendant looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet, you could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And you could tell it was overflowing with the joy of furniture, wanting to meet its master's expectations. Well then, why don't you show me? Let's see the power of Kinzo's furniture. This time, don't get the wrong idea, okay? Don't forget that you're furniture. Got it? If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone. The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master? Or was it offered to Kanon, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Welp! What the hell? Is that? Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. All she understood was that this glowing friend of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. She's so mean, yeah, Beatrice. Beatrice is certainly something. And right now, that was enough. Kanon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. Lady, please stay back against the wall. Never let your back leave the wall. What? It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back. I do hope you enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. Now, Kanon, let's have a look at your blade. Welp. Oh! Beautiful. At least when it comes to giving birth to furniture, Kinzo might even reach up as far as my feet. A thing like this can't even be used to trim the roses. Kanon-kun? What? I didn't want to show you. So you've taken it out? How does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front of the girl you care for? Be silent. So you'll act composed even though you're really burning with wrath. Yes, they do say that truly hot flames burn a coal blue. Is that how you are now? There's no way I can kill you with my power. You are the moon. I could never smash the moon by throwing a rock. However, in order to manifest yourself, you've had to reflect your image off the surface of the water. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time. But that doesn't mean the moon has been smashed. So, until this life of mine is over, I'll keep on striking your reflection. I like it, Kanan. Begin, furniture! Well, this was unexpected. I wasn't expecting this to turn into shonen. Okay. Oh, what a beautiful curve. The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and for just an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis. Am I dreaming? Come, furniture of the witch! I'll beat you down to the hell you came from. I feel like I'm watching Fate Stay Night right now. Uh-oh. A strand of red had been left on Kanon's cheek. Kanon's reality marble unlimited table works. The witch saw this and grinned broadly. Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instincts still haven't returned quite yet. Kanon-kun, stay strong! It's okay. I won't die just yet. The curve drawn by the gold attendant's blade drew a large arc in the empty space. Kanon. Was it there? He was behind it. Ooh! Go back and await your master's return. Die. If this battle of drawing sparkling curves was chess, then Kanon coming from behind was check. And press, and press, and press, and press. Use 7 moves and make it mate. Perhaps the gold attendant hadn't even been granted the ability to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of golden butterflies with a pop. So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those unable to understand this battle would surely realize that Kanon had been magnificent. So I couldn't win against a handmade piece. It seems you aren't quite that pathetic. You're next, Beatrice! The instant Kanon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form. Like a knife through butter, she turned gold and burst. She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and for just an instant, the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Kanon himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form with an ordinary expression on his face, as though she'd been there the whole time, was right behind Kanon. You've provided quite an entertaining show. Out of respect for that, I thought about laying you off the hook, but your rudeness now has made me change my mind. Don't lie! I won't let you kill Milady. Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her while I still live. Can't even do that much. Do not speak, furniture. Be silent, furniture. Know your place, furniture! Kanon-kun isn't furniture! Oh, and what makes you think that? I don't need a reason. Kanon-kun is Kanon-kun. No, his real name's different, but a name doesn't make him furniture. Kanon-kun has his own way of living. That's a noble thing, and something he gets to decide for himself. You say he can't have an opinion because he's furniture? That he can't live his own life because he's furniture? That's wrong! Milady, you mustn't provoke her. No, I've got to make this clear. Kanon-kun isn't furniture. He's human. Why? Kanon-kun rushed to save me of his own free will. And he stood in the path of a fearsome witch like you. He had so many chances to just let me go, but he didn't. Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans have. That means Kanon-kun's human. So take it back! Don't you call Kanon-kun furniture again! Lady. Be silent, the human! Let's end this quickly, since this is just the second twilight after all. Now, I shall sacrifice the two who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity. Well then, arise, forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory lust! The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Oh! Asmodeus of lust. She's cute. I like the pigtails. Right here. I've had enough of this farce. Quickly execute the second twilight. Don't keep me waiting. Got it? As you command. Another weirdo shown up. It took Kanon-kun less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value. Well, I must be lucky to be given such a wonderful prey. You scared? How cute! Come, furniture of the witch. I won't be killed by you. You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes. Here I go, okay? Hey, hey! Where do you want it? Where do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie. I'll pierce you good wherever you want. Come on, answer me, cutie. Don't call me cute. Here I go, you dunce. Come on, try and follow me, you blind idiot. Milady. I couldn't follow it with my eyes, but my guess was spot on. Serves you, right? Kanon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She'd predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. but she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Kanon's back. So she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon stake, was buried deep in Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted. What's wrong, Canon? Milady Jessica just got killed while you still lived, didn't she? Yes, that's the face. That look on your face is what I wanted to see. Oh, truly enjoyable. That's enough. Die, make me laugh. Come, arise, forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory wrath. Satan of wrath, right here. The prey is yours. Eat him up right now and close the curtain on his stage. If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down. But since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage. I am not furniture anymore. I won't doubt that again. Oh, what's this? You want to be killed by me again? Your chest, it's so warm and it feels so good to pierce it. Come on, let me have another taste, okay? Won't you make me feel really good with that hot, fresh blood in that warm chest of yours? Oh, she's the one who killed him last time. I see. There was no way to block it. The sound of woodpecker filled the entire room. Before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in chess, the rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. So this was an obvious result in accordance with the rules. Kanon landed on his knees, and he apologized. Not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Don't worry about it. You were really cool. Kanon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini. You know, Kanon-kun, you aren't furniture anymore. Yes, I was too late in realizing that. I wanted to ask you what your real name was. My real name is... In his last moments, Kanon wanted to tell her his real name, but Jessica had already fallen into her sleep from which she would never wake. So Kanon's real name, which he had protected until this day, in the end, he couldn't tell it to Jessica. I became you. Those were the last words Kanon left behind. Oh, don't make me laugh, furniture. Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture. Have you ever heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they throw it away? You smash furniture to pieces and make fireworks, so all that's left is ashes. That's how it is. Furniture gets no tombstone. It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation. but that's naive. I'll show you what it really means to disgrace the dead. Wow. After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Canon's corpse. When she did, Canon's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared, as though it had been eaten by a mouth in empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead?" However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. Well, alright then. It's only like 7 a.m. Jeez. Well then. I think this is a good place to leave it. Whew. Thank you for the stream. No problem. Thank you guys for sticking around. Man, it's definitely getting good, but the bodies are dropping so fast. In the first one, they didn't drop nearly this fast, but also there weren't shonen battles. The stakes weren't personified. Comfy day or nay? Definitely comfy day. Definitely comfy day. Toko is live? Interesting. I was gonna say he's not usually live on Saturdays. Helldivers. Oh! So he's playing with this guy again. Oh, I forget his name. Maxwell? Alright. Toko's playing some Helldivers too, so let's go say hello. I've missed our boy. It's been a while. It's been a while. Alrighty. For those of you who are coming along for a watch-along, we're going back to Prince of Tennis for a bit as we figure out what the next series we want to do is. So for now, that's going to be it from me. I will see you guys at 7 p.m. EST in the Discord. If you want to join us for our watch-along, we just started a new arc in the anime, basically. I mean, it's tournament arc, so even if you weren't around for the first 50 episodes, you didn't really miss that much if you want to join in. So there is Discord, there is Raid Pet, those Under the Sheets, Moku, and Pep. Of course, of course. Alrighty, that is gonna be it for me. Time to eat, and then, have a snack, and then order pizza. I will finish up my schedule and put that up either tonight or tomorrow. But tomorrow is a break day. So I will see you guys Tuesday if you don't come along for the watch along. Alrighty. That is it from me. So if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourself. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat a good food. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.